So yeah, like I want to talk about in my live streams. I want to talk about the problems in the world, in my opinion, or anybody in chat can like come up with like what's the problems with the world. Joking audits, ripping benefits. Joking audits rips the benefits system off. We can talk about that. Feeding people, right? So, like, the transport a load of rice. Where's the rice coming from? Who's the biggest exporter of rice? Right? They can't grow rice in Africa. Well, they can, but it's hit and miss whether it'll grow because, you know, sometimes the rainy season never happens. And rice takes a lot of rain to grow. So where did they get the rice from? They import it from China or like, you know, halfway across the road. That's not really sustainable. Do you know what is actually sustainable? Animals. Animals are hardy beasts. They can like find food everywhere, and they're designed to cope with hard conditions. Like elephants, right? I mean, the only problem with elephants is it takes a long time for them to grow up. I'm not saying we should eat elephants because it's probably not the best sort of food, but like if we could get some sort of animal, like a camel, a camel can take a load of water in and just keep it in its humps and, not need water for months. All it needs to do is just find foliage to eat that's edible. There probably isn't edible stuff in like Africa in most places, in most built up places. So transporting the meat is going to be a problem. But if you can farm camels to transport the meat to the people, could you live off of camel? I'm guessing camel's like beef, and you could literally live off of beef. Like grass eating animals. What do rabbits eat? Grass, right? So why can't you live off a rabbit? Like if you fed a cow just grass, you could live off of that meat. Like and that alone. That's what they say anyway. I don't maybe you can't. Like Jordan Peterson says you can live off of red meat. Rabbit is white meat then I guess. Chicken, like a chicken. Like camel eats bushes and berries. Like cows, they say cows are vegetarians. They're not vegetarians at all. They eat bugs. They eat maggots. Like if you give them like meat pellets, they'd eat that. You know, if you give them like dog food, they'd probably eat that. You know, they don't know that they're eating that, but they don't know that they're eating bugs. You know, they don't know, like, not just bugs, but like there's certain, like, deer. I saw a deer killing a bird. Right, this bird had hold of an animal, a little stout, I think it was, a falcon or a hawk came down and got a stout, and you know it's just like laying on ground, and this deer comes along, stamps out the deer. Like, I don't think a deer would have a problem eating a small animal, you know, if push came to shove. Like, I don't think they are vegetarians, herbivores. I think it's just because they've got the living places where that's all they can get. Like, I really think like the solution to the problem is like wild animals. We've got to have like places where like wildlife can thrive and just, you know, just eat each other and like battle it out on the field. And like everyone knows that wild wild mushrooms, wild boar, wild deer, wild bear, it's like the best meat that you can get, you know? It's the best. It's the best you're gonna get. Why is that? Because, you know, you're not feeding it protein pellets and like to grow them faster, and you know, chemicals. And it's because the everything, you know, because the everything. There'd probably be a lot of disease, but like, we've got science. We've got science. We all we do is we keep track of the nature reserves that are creating the food, and we can't over farm it. Like, if there's not enough like animals to feed everybody, we make more nature reserves. We make more until we've sorted it out. Because the soil's getting depleted as well. Like, with like massive, like, you just farm in the same place. You farm in the same place all the time, and the soil just goes, "Ah, I don't like that," you know. It's the same with animals as well. You can't just like leave them in one place, you know. You've got to like, it's like tribes. Like, we're not supposed to be like, we're not supposed to be settled. We're supposed to like move on with the seasons and move around and um, follow nature. You know, we're supposed to be in harmony with nature. We're not supposed to live in a house. It's probably not practicable nowadays. Like, you'd have to demolish everything. And then you'd have to move all the concrete, pile it up in a big pile, let the land rejuvenate itself. We're not supposed to be on this land, man. This land's supposed to get sunlight and, you know, trees and animals. You know, we're animals. But we don't poop on the floor, you know, like animals. Even though that's obviously the best way to do it. You know, because nature's been doing it for God knows how long. Like tribes, what do they do with the old people? You know, the really special old people, they get to be a shaman or a prophet or, you know, whatever. And the rest of them, you know, they're expendable. You know, why are our old people not expendable? You know, I'd put myself in that book. You know, I'm expendable. You know, I don't hunt. I don't provide. I don't do anything. Well, I take care of an old person, Lawrence. You know, we're expendable. You know, like in tribes, they just let the old people die. You know, they just go, well, you know, you get a little bit of food if there's any left. You know, that's it. You know, like they get all skinny and scrawny and like. And they just die naturally from starvation. Or what are you cooking for Easter? What's Easter? What's Easter? The birth of Christ. The rebirth of Christ. Or was that when he died? Is Easter when Jesus died? Or is it when he got resurrected or something? I don't know. Or is it his birthday? Is that his real birthday? I don't really care about Easter. You know. I like going on the Easter egg hunts. You know. My mum and dad used to like hide. Actually, they didn't hide Easter eggs. They hid little clues to where the Easter eggs were hidden. So we went on a massive hunt, tracking down these clues to find where the Easter eggs were. That was fun. I'd do that. I'd do that today. You know, we could have a worldwide Easter egg hunt. You know, get everybody on board. You know, like the government should do something like this. You know, let's have a day of just, you know, entertainment for people. You know, we could have like geocaches like everywhere, and the government just puts up a big prize fund. You know, for every you know, every like area code, every area code gets a prize fund, and you have little clues, and everybody's out on the street, you know, searching for these clues to find the geocache. People would do it, man. People would do it if it's good enough, you know. Like, what do you do with animals in a zoo? You simulate the natural environment, or you simulate like what they would have to do in the wild to get the food. So, you know, I've been watching this woman on Twitch. She's called Mia, and it's called the Alvarez Sanctuary or something like that, right? And she like they make little games for the birds, you know. They make little games for the birds to get the food, because birds like, you know, get in the holes and get the bugs out, and they get the food. How do humans get food? Hunting, danger, you know, farming, hard labour. You know, you don't get it on a plate, you know. So what should we do? You know. We should have an Easter egg hunt. You know. Make all the people work for something. You know, make everybody just work for something every year or something, you know, just once a year, you know. Just make everybody work for something, you know. Like you were hunting, or like you were farming, you know. Make it a game. Olympic Games for the public. You know, we could make it a competition, a worldwide competition. Well, you know, yeah, a worldwide competition. We're animals, man. We're animals. Let's embrace it. Let's embrace our animal instincts, and let's all battle it out on the playing field for a geocache that the government leaves for us. You know? Give back, government. It's about time you gave something back, government. You know, the reason why immigration's happening, right, is because the government knows that they've been ripping third world countries off, Iraq, Afghanistan. You know, they've been ripping them off, and they've got loads of money. They've got loads of money, and they go, right, well, you know, we owe you some of that now because we realised that we were wrong. But they're not going to tell you that. You know? They're not going to tell you that, because if they told you that, then government would cease to exist. So what do? They go, right, we're gonna give them the money in secret. We've been found out, you know, we're just gonna pay the fines, and you know, and they've decided that the best course of action is just to pay the fines to the people that deserve it. Like, that's why immigration's happening. You know, because we've fucked up. We made a mistake. You typhoid. It's all done for us. It's fine. We're almost self-efficient. Like, nobody asked for that. Nobody asked for that. Like, literally what happened is the government just went, we're going to design this automated society and everybody's going to work themselves to death to create this automated society. And then they're fucked up. And they go, we've got loads of money now that we don't even know what to do with. And they go to court and they go, oh, illegal war. You know, now we've got to give back to the slaves. You know, this is why it's all going on. You know, this is why like slavery's all coming back up, and you know everything's coming back up because we fucked up. We did. The West completely fucked up, and like we owe them. We owe the third world money. We owe the third world like years and years of profit. We owe. You know, our white privilege was created from slavery and literally we bring people over to fill jobs that people don't want to do over here. Literally, that's what they're doing. They're bringing people over to fill the jobs that people don't want to do over here. They create a minimum wage, and all this is going on because they don't want to. They don't want to pay. They don't want. They want people to be paid enough to pay for the cost of bringing them over. Like, they employed a minimum wage, so it's just enough to pay these people enough money, so they pay just enough tax to pay for the cost of bringing people over from immigration. You know, that's a conspiracy theory that I've just made up right there. I said I wasn't going to do opinion anymore. I said I were only going to talk about solutions. The solution is get rid of minimum wage. Get rid of minimum wage, and then people won't come over to this country when, you know, they get $5,000 a year. You know, pay them like the people like start paying people £1 an hour for like picking strawberries and blah blah blah. You know, and then the government will go, but we want some tax, so we're gonna have to tax you on $5,000 now. You know, like the companies, the corporations, they'll literally pay them just enough so that nobody pays tax. The government's not going to be happy with that. That's why they put the minimum wage in, because you can just afford to pay national insurance and tax, and you can just afford to buy shit and get taxed on shit. You know, like the government knows how much you can live off of, right? So they go, right, we won't tax you on 12 grand, because they know that you can spend 12 grand on food and, you know, stuff that's going to go back into the tax system. They know that you're not going to spend it on drugs, because that's about, like, that's a comfortable life, you know, just food and water and, you know, a bit of entertainment, a TV, a phone. They know exactly how much people can spend, you know, they know how much people need. They know exactly how much people need. So what do? They say, we won't tax you on the first 12 grand. And then, you know, the people go, right, well, you know, I'll just work 11 grand. I'll just work under the tax fucking break. You know, and the corporations go, you know, I'll just give you 31 hours a week, because, you know, or I'll give you loads of hours a week, and you can earn time and a half at the weekends, or time and a half, or for any amount of hours you work over 13 hours. But you've got to work 13 hours a day, 7 days a week and 1 day off, 9 days a week and 1 day off. You know, 0-hour contract. Why did they do the 0-hour contract? So you can work loads of hours on minimum wage, and then get taxed, instead of just working, you know, up to 12 grand a year. Just paying your national insurance contributions. Why did they bring in council tax? Because they couldn't take any more tax off you, so We'll introduce council tax. You know, they set the minimum wage up, they set the 0-hour contracts up, and then they set the council tax up. And minimum wage didn't go up, you know, when council tax came in. Minimum wage didn't go up. I mean, you know, it used to be what did it used to be? Income tax, was it? No, it wasn't income tax. What were it? It used to be freaking. It used to be something, and then you know that got abolished because it was fraudulent. And then they created council tax. What was that other tax called now? Like, that must have been fraudulent because they abolished it. So it must have literally been fraudulent, but nobody got any money back. You know, nobody got any money back. Why would it get abolished unless it were fraudulent? Because the people didn't like it. And then they just go, oh, we'll just introduce council tax then. You know, you've got to pay for the services that you use. Even though, you know, before it used to be, you know, you just pay tax, and that pays for your services. You know, what they're going to do next? You know, you've got to pay for, you know, the benefits of it. You've got to pay for the DVLA. You know, you've got to pay for the council buildings. You know, they're just going to make new, like, you know, it's like, well, I thought council tax paid for that. You know, the council tax pays for the council, right? Am I wrong? Council tax pays for the council to fix the roads and, you know, blah blah blah. No, council tax pays for your bins. And it's like, well, they've always collected as bins before council tax, so who were paying for that? You know, oh well, you know, it's not enough tax. It's not enough tax, so we've got to create new tax just to make sure that everyone's paying for the bins getting collected. You know, if you want to create rubbish, you have to pay council tax now. It's like, well, yeah, but they always collected as bins. Like, what's the difference? The difference is we've consolidated everything to pay for the services that you use into one council tax instead of having everything into a big pot, you know, and like. So where does tax go? You know, where does the tax go on us food? The army, you know, and building rocket ships and, you know, secret endeavours that you can't know about, you know. But the council tax, that goes definitely towards collecting bins, you know. We can't use that for building rocket ships and building like super alien technology. You know, we're not allowed to use that because that's why we've done it, because it's a complete fraud. It's always been a fraud, so we have to say, right, well, you know, council tax, that definitely goes to fixing potholes and shit. And they don't even fix the roads, man. They literally don't even fix the roads. You know? Oh, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money from the people that pay council tax because nobody pays council tax because it's a complete rip-off. Do the chip in? Do the chip in? You know, do like government ever chip in? Well, actually, they do chip in. They give every council a what do you call it? An allowance. You know, they give every area code an allowance. That's crazy. Yeah, the allowance is predicted like years before, as well. You know, and then the council can go, you know, that's not enough because we're getting like loads of immigration and blah blah blah, you know, and then like a year later they might go, right, we'll up your allowance, but only in 2020, only in 2030. You know, like it takes literally that long. Like the problems are happening now because the government makes the problems, and then they go, it's tough shit until next year. You know, not even next year. You know, that like they've got a contract for like 10 years. You know, like they've got contracts for like 10 years to say this is how much money you get. You're not getting no more until 2030, and then we'll review it. You know, NHS is a prime example. You know, people are dying left, right, and centre. The NHS says, you know, people are dying left, right, and centre. You know, from COVID, we need more money. We need more ventilators. Well, you know, you're bound by a contract for like 5 years. You know, we can't really give you any more money. You know, you've spent it all. Doesn't matter if people are dying. You know, you're bound by a contract. Like literally, they know the problems as well. You know, the NHS go on strike because they're not getting paid enough. You know, they go on strike because they don't think they're getting paid enough. Why don't they think they're getting paid enough? Because like all the rules and regulations with COVID, and you know, it makes extra work, extra stress, and people don't want to do the job anymore. People don't want to do the job anymore for the money that they're getting. You know, you literally, like, as a nurse or maybe not a doctor. You know, a nurse, you like, you can get sued. You can get sued, like, privately. You know, you personally can get sued. The NHS don't get sued, you know. The NHS will leave you high and dry. If you do something wrong, you know, you can get sued. And like, let's just say you earn 100 grand a year as a nurse, right? And you've got some savings, you buy an house. If you get sued, you lose your house, you lose your car, you lose your job. You know, you lose everything because somebody's life is in your hands, and if somebody dies in your hands and you get sued, and that's like £1 million, and you don't have £1 million, you know. You've got a house that's worth 100 grand, you've got a car that's worth 100 grand, you know, you've got, like, all your shit's gone. Everything that you've worked for over like 10 years, and you've got to like do 4 years training or whatever. It's like, it's well not worth it. And then like they're underfunded with like technology, and you know, literally go, we can't actually afford to treat people. You know, we can't actually afford to save lives. We can't actually. There's not even enough beds for people. Literally. The government knows everything. The government knows everything, right? They brought in 40,000 people in one day, which is like the same amount of people that live in Manchester. They brought in 40,000 people in one day, right? And they know illegal immigration's going to happen on top of that. So they've got quotas, right? They've got quotas to bring in 40,000 people a day, and they know illegal immigration is going to happen on top of that. Like, and they know it's happening, and like, they're doing it on purpose. And they can't give like nurses pay rises. They can pay for immigration, but they can't give nurses pay rises. And they can't pump any money into the homeless problem. Literally, the solution to the homeless problem is creating jobs and education for like social workers and job centre and housing council. Like creating jobs for people. That literally don't care about the homeless problem. They'll sit in their office typing on a computer and then go outside, walk past a homeless guy and go, "Don't you beg for money, you bloody..." What's the word? Vagrant? Literally 90% of, maybe not 90%, I've seen a lot of people that care. 60-40. 60% of the people don't care about the homeless. And 30% of that 60, half of that 60% have disdain not even disdain, but in fact, more than that probably. 30% of the people that don't care about the homeless have disdain for the homeless problem. Mainly because of drugs. 15% are completely sober. 15% are like drink and do a little bit of shit, smoke, do a little bit of illegal drugs. But like half of each of them have complete disdain for the homeless and begging and drinking in the street, taking drugs in the street, sleeping in doorways. Like they literally don't have to sleep in doorways, but the reason that they sleep in doorways is because they want somebody to take pity on them. And the homeless people know that people, like the more people that walk by, the more chance it is that somebody's going to take pity on them and give them money or give them food or give them help or just talk to them. Like some people aren't there for money. Most of them are. Most of them are there for money, and they want pity. They want pity. But all of them are there because they want something. Money, pity, help, food, company. All of them are there because they want something. And like with all them things that I've just said, they don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit that they want money to buy drugs. They don't want to admit that they're lonely. They don't want to admit that they're hungry. They don't want to admit that they're just there because they want something. Like I literally think the homeless people don't even actually know what they want. Like when I were homeless, right? I went out with a sign, right, and I says, "Can I just tell you a story? Can I just tell you a story?" Oh no, what was it now? Please help. I didn't even say anything about money. I don't think. I said, "Please help. I'm no, I didn't even say I was homeless because I wasn't even homeless. I said, "Please help. I am poor. Please help. I am poor, and I will entertain you with a story." Something like that. And I never asked for money. I never asked for money unless somebody's like said, what do you want, you know? Like, how can I help? And I'd say money or food or food, or buy me a beer, you know? I'd be honest. I'd be like, buy me a beer, you know? Buy me some food first. I got loads of food, like I got loads of food before I even made that sign. To be honest, so I didn't even actually need food. I just wanted money for beer, you know, and I were honest about it. I didn't even ask for money. I just said, "Will you just listen to my story?" And the homeless people that I've met, they tell a story because they want something. You know, they tell a story because they want pity, or they want money, or they want food, or whatever. You know, whether it's a bullshit story or not, they're telling that story because they need something. Most of the homeless people are telling a bullshit story because they need something or they want something, and they want somebody else to help them out. So really, they don't actually want anything. They just want somebody to care. They just want somebody to show love, because they know that they don't need drugs. You know, they get drugs easily. You know, they're all like they get money easily. Money is easy, come and go. You know, they can always get drugs. But the ones that tell you the story, you know, they don't want drugs. I think they want some love. Like, they don't even want pity. They want somebody to actually, like, they want to meet like somebody that's just gonna go, you know, I'm a millionaire. I'll like help you out, and I'll like. They want a dad. They want a mum. They want a family. Bishop's finger. They don't want to impart. They don't even want to like. They don't even want to ask for that. You know, because that's just too much. You know. I want love. I want a friend. I want company. That's just too much to ask of a random stranger. So what do? They go, can you give me some money? you know, because if someone gives them money, then they go, oh, somebody cares, you know. Like me, I used to tell people, you know, I'll probably buy a beer with it, you know. I'll probably buy a beer with it. I've had some food at the homeless places. I just want a quid for a beer, you know. And some people get pissed off with it, and some people go, yeah, you go, bro. Yeah. When I were actually living in a tent, this dog walker went past. Every day, you know, he'd be going past. And one day, it's like super late at night, right? And I'm there like trekking through the woods, trying to find some wood in pitch black. And this guy like knows the woods like the back of his hand, takes his dog for a walk. Dog's bloody thrashing about, and it starts barking. And then, you know, the owner didn't even say out. He might have had a dog whistle, I don't know. But like the dog just shut up, and it just like went back to him, and like I was like, and then I just heard like footsteps, and I was like, "Who's there?" You know, can you just say something, because I'm a bit scared. It's bloody pitch black. You know, just say something, please. And the dog comes and sniffs me, and I'm like, fucking hell, there's somebody here, and he won't speak up. So I go, look, right, I'm gonna pick up this stick because you're not saying no. You can obviously hear me, but I'm scared, and you know, just don't approach me, and everything will be all right, you know. And then it just disappears at night. Didn't say a word. You know, I saw the dog. It had a collar on, so most likely his owner were there somewhere, but he didn't want to speak up. And then the next day, this Indian guy comes down and goes, buy yourself fish and chips. Gives me a £20 note. You don't have to live in town. You know, you don't have to live in town. It's probably safer that you live in town, to be honest. You know, if you're gonna spend your day on the streets, it's probably safer living on the streets. Like, mainly it's not the adults that are gonna do shit, you know. It's like 1 in a million chance that an adult's gonna do shit. It's the kids. You know, it's the kids, and it's the like young adults that do shit. You know, people that smoke spliffs on the streets, and you know, it's a minority of people that are gonna do shit, but outside of town, it's more likely that that's gonna happen. In town, it's less likely because, you know, there's cameras everywhere. Like, why does shit get done in Bradford Town Centre? You know, why does priority go to Bradford Town Centre? Because public servants complain to, like, you know, if you work at a job centre, you know, you complain to your boss and shit gets done. You know, so if there's like, I don't know, if there's a lot of aggression, you know, you get more security guards. You know, like Bradford Town Centre, why do they get funding for, you know, sculptures and fountains and, you know, because the council says we need to get more people to come shopping. Nobody wants to come to, like, for nothing, you know. So if we can get the people to come there, you know, to sit by the fountain, you know, they'll spend some money in town, and then the businesses will, like, want to, like, stay there because they'll be making money. You know, so, like, that's why shit gets done in town. Why does shit not get done all around town? You know, why do the police not patrol the streets more than they do town? Because nobody tells the police where the crimes are. You know, nobody tells the police where the crimes are. Like, the crimes happen, and people just deal with it or ignore it. You know. Whereas the council will go, well, there's a problem with the drinking here. We need some police to deal with that. We need some PCSOs. We need some purple jacket people. You know, what are them purple jacket people called now? Like, they've got purple jacket people. They've got PCSOs. They've got that's about it, isn't it? Purple jacket, PCSOs. I'm sure they've got some else. Traffic wardens. They've got purple jacket people, and they've got something else. I mean, you know, that bloody what's his name? Train to Change. Train to Change was employed by Broadway. Like, Broadway is council. It's council. So, like, he's employed by the council. Yeah. Well, no, it's not even employed by the council. It's employed by a corporation. Broadway is its own corporation. That's not even like it's not even like it's not even it doesn't even belong to the council. It belongs to the public, I think. Like, the council must have been given money to create the Broadway, and then they rent the business space out, and then the company gets money, pays for itself, but all the money goes to the public, because it can't go to the council. Like, it goes to tax, it goes to government. Actually, it might go to council, but they've got to spend it on improvements. Like, they can't spend it on, like, other ventures. They've either got to spend it on themselves to improve the Broadway, or they've got to spend it on no, they can't spend it on anything, because it's public money. Maybe they can spend it. Maybe the council can decide what they spend it on. But it's like a private corporation, but it's publicly funded. The Broadway is a public corporation, I think. Well, it's got to be, because it would the council like made the Broadway, and then the Broadway is a private corporation and tells JoeKingAudits he can't record, even though I'm the one that paid for the Broadway. You know, the public is the one that paid for the Broadway, but the Broadway is a private corporation that pays itself from the profit. Is that corrupt? Like, the council have, like, designed its own corporation called the Broadway, right? Cineworld's invested in this project to build Cineworld, and the bowling has invested in the corporation. So like they've pumped a load of money in this corporation that the council has designed. So the council's gone, we have ownership of this land, right? And we are gonna rent you this land out. Do you want to invest in our company? And then Broadway has gone, right, we will give you security guards and policies, and we will maintain the pathways as long as you keep giving us the rent, for the premises. You can have your Cineworld. But they literally haven't done anything. They frauded people out of money so they can create their business. Because they own the land. It's like me going, I own this land. I will let you use my land to have your business, but you've got to pay me tax. You've got to pay me rent to live on my land. But you're the one that pays for it, Like you pay tax to buy me this property, and I'm the king. So I get all the tax to buy this property, and then I'll let you stay on the property and make a business, and then you pay me rent to stay on that property that you bought, Like literally we bought everything, The public bought everything. Like that's why it's called public spending, Like we bought everything. Not only did we buy everything, but we bought our own land as well off the government that bought the land. Can I make a genuine suggestion? I hate it when people ask. It just wastes my time. Like you don't say what you want anyway, Daniel. You've been like. You say whatever you want, and now you're asking to say whatever you want. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I know you're not very intelligent, but and what if I said no? No, then no. You can't make a genuine suggestion. Not allowed. No. You're not allowed. Sorry. I mean, it's a yes or no question. You didn't put a question mark, so Maybe it's a rhetorical question. Well, it's not even a rhetorical question. It's just a question that doesn't have a question mark. It's a statement. Can I make a suggestion, Joe? What you should have said is, can I make a suggestion, Joe? And if you say no, I'm gonna make it anyway. That's what you should have said. It's a bit long and convoluted to say something like that, but that's what you should have said, because you're gonna say it anyway, aren't you? No. Well, I deny you. You cannot make any suggestions ever from this day forward. No more suggestions. Thanks for asking though. I appreciate it. But you and you only are not allowed to make suggestions just because you asked. Next time, when I've unbanned you for next live stream, you can make suggestions, right? But on this live stream, you're not allowed to make any suggestions just because you asked. You give me a choice, and you don't want to give me a choice, because I will choose the best option for me, and the best option for me is to not allow you to make suggestions, because I know what you're all about. You talk and talk and talk, but a lot of it either makes no sense or is completely wrong. See, I told you he we're going to make a suggestion anyway. I told you, didn't I? I called it. Why ask? Why ask? If you're going to make your suggestion anyway, just do it. Is it because you wanted the answer straight away? Well, I'm just not going to answer it. You seem to always be playing the victim as well. From what I've seen so far, maybe take some responsibility. I haven't give a shit about myself like one bit today. I've been talking about other people. I've been talking about the homeless problem. I mean, I have been homeless. I'm not anymore. And I'm still talking about the homeless problem, and I'm talking about people starving, and I'm talking about the police and the council. I'm not talking about my problems. I'm not talking about my problems. I'm talking about solutions. I'm trying to verbalize solutions without having an opinion on things. Well, I suppose it is my opinion. But I'm trying to stop just thinking about my opinions. I'm trying to stop thinking about just my opinions. I'm trying to think about what I've seen with people, 60% of the people have disdain for the homeless people, for the homeless problem. And 40%, will help a homeless guy out. And, half of that 40% still have disdain for the homeless problem. They give them money just to get rid of them. And so it's like 80% disdain for the homeless. And that's not statistics, that's just my opinion, but based on what I see, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think of every like rich people, right? Rich people, you know, that don't want to give their money away because they've worked hard for it, and you know they've become rich, or not even rich, but you know, like middle class. Oh my god, that's annoying. Like, okay, they don't want to give the money away, right? And it's all remind me what I was talking about, because I will forget. Rich people. And there's staying for the homeless. Right, screw that conversation. I just thought of something else. Right, farmers, right? In fact, it's related. Farmers are literally like most like farmers, you know, dairy farmers, you know, meat farmers, cattle farmers, you know, grain farmers, rapeseed farmers, you know, like they're literally millionaires. They're literally millionaires. Like strawberry farmers, they're paying, you know, they're paying people minimum wage to pick shit off the field. You know, farmers with a combine harvester, you don't get minimum wage in a combine harvester, you know. You know, and like combine harvester feeds cows, you know, and meat, chickens, like grain feeds chickens. So let's just say you're a builder, right? And it costs you £250,000 to buy a crane. Or, you know, how much would it cost to rent a crane? How much would it cost to rent a crane? You know, it's got to be in tens of thousands of pounds. You know, for a machine that costs £250,000. You know, a tractor costs £250,000. You know, that's a half decent tractor. £500,000 if it's got tracks, and you know, 700 horsepower. A combine harvester, £400,000. You know, £500,000 for a combine harvester. And the header, £15,000. You know, for one like nearly the longest, probably not even the longest. You know, if you want the longest, £25,000. If you want the longest header, £25,000, £30,000. Then you need the trailer, £12,000, £15,000. You know, £20,000. Just to carry the header. Then you need a grain trailer to collect the shit that the combine harvester collects. You know, that's £25,000 for a decent sized trailer. You know, for a big combine harvester that costs £400,000. Then you need something to carry the trailer, a tractor or a lorry. You know, or you might have a lorry that carries a trailer that carries like, you know, how much 100,000 litres of grain. And then you might have some tractor that carries another trailer that just carries 40,000 litres of grain. And then you have an auger. No, you'd have an auger wagon to fill it. You know, and a lorry, you know, a truck, £200,000. You know, for a cheap lorry to carry the trailer. And then you'll have another tractor, probably a lower horsepower tractor, to carry the auger wagon to transfer the grain from the harvester to the lorry. You know, that's another £200,000, £150,000. Like, farmers are literally millionaires. And yet they can't make no money. They can, like they can hardly make any money. You know, and they want everything to go vegan. Like they can hardly make any money doing grain and dairy and meat. You know, they can hardly make money doing all that shit. You know, grass, hay, like everything farmers do, they can hardly make money doing that. And they want everyone to go vegan. I mean, that's not going to work, is it? They can't make money doing a mixture of everything. Like how are they gonna make money doing one thing? You know, people are gonna starve to death. People are gonna starve to death. You know, if everyone goes vegan. Well, the farmers will be the farmers will have to like make more crops and to pay. I mean, they'd be able to do it, but they don't make no money now. Doing everything, crops and vegetables, organic. Like I can understand the protests about cruelty to animals. I can understand the protests about cruelty to animals because not because I actually give a shit about like the animal's pain and the animal's suffering. It's because we've chose to breed these animals for profit. And and if we're keeping him in bad conditions, then that means that the farmers are not making enough money to keep these animals comfortable, or the money system's the problem. People just want to make profit, so they don't give a shit about the animals' well-being. And I mean, I've seen an abattoir. And it's not pretty, and it's never going to be pretty. But it's not pretty when a lion chews on a deer's throat, or it's not pretty. The lion don't even like just put it out of its misery. It don't even sink its teeth in. It just suffocates it to death slowly, and the lion can't even be arsed. It's run after this bloody massive beast, got it down, then like wrapped its bloody jaw around its neck. Like this lion can't even be asked, just like bleeding out or whatever, you know. Can't even be asked putting it out of its misery. It's just like, just wait there a minute, you know, while I get my breath back, and then I'll suffocate you to death. You know? The natural world don't care about cruelty to animals, you know. And that happens all the time. Like what are the vegans gonna do next? You know, if the vegans had the way, what are they gonna do next? You know, let's keep all the giraffes. Well, giraffes don't actually have a higher predator, do they? I don't think anybody would start with a giraffe. Nothing would start with a giraffe, but a lion or a cheetah would like definitely chase a human down if it had the opportunity. You know? Is that just because it's tall? No, it's because animals are dumb. Okay, that's probably a mute point, to be honest. Like, the reason a lion would not bring a giraffe down is because it's dumb. The lion's dumb and it don't know how to bring a giraffe down. Like it won't know how to kill it. You know? Like a human could figure it out, you know, just slice its ankles off and, you know, it'd probably fall over. But a lion wouldn't be able to figure that out, would it? Well, it wouldn't be able to figure out a way to slice a giraffe's ankles off. What am I on about? Like veganism, right? Like they want animals to have rights, right? So what's the next step? A lion has to become a vegetarian, you know? If like animals are getting rights, does that mean the prey that the lions eat don't get to be eaten by lions anymore? Like what does that mean? You know, if animals get rights, Actually, I do think we should give animals rights. Cows should have the right to roam. You know, like they would do in nature. There should be like roads of nature reserve that goes through the cities. Like they should have their own. Like animals should have their own super highway. You know, and they should be allowed to go wherever they want. Like all the way up to Scotland, all the way down to the south. So, you know, when summer comes, they might migrate all the way up to Scotland. You know, like the rivers dry up. And they should go through the rivers. And the rivers should be untouched by man. Like, we shouldn't have no pollution near the rivers. Like the Thames, you know, you can't swim in the Thames in London. Is it the Thames? Not because of like, well, it is because of pollution, but like pollution's only 50%. The rest is just, you know, you wash the roads, you clean the windows, you know, and it goes on the roads, and then it rains, and then it goes into the Thames River. And the Thames River goes to the water treatment plant, and then they treat the water and then they pump it back into the system. Like showering with treated water is not good for you. Like, that is not how you're supposed to clean yourself. How are you supposed to clean yourself? You know, you're supposed to clean yourself with air. You know, you're supposed to like clean yourself with air. Your body is supposed to be hairy. So the grease and the dirt can collect on your hair instead of being on your skin, and your skin excretes the grease, and that goes into your hair, and then it just collects on your hair, and then you like you wash your hair off, or you know the microbes eat the dirt on your hair. Do you know what I was thinking before as well? Like, if you look at the skin of a dog, it's it's like same colour as a white person. If you look at the skin of a monkey, is it black? I don't think it is. Because the hair reflects the heat. So black people are black for a different reason. Black people have devolved. You know, white people have devolved as well. Humans have devolved. But and black people is the evidence. Black people is the evidence that humans have devolved. Because they wouldn't have become black if nature kept the hair on your body and stopped you from becoming black. Because monkeys aren't black under their skin, I don't think. They've got black hair because that bloody absorbs the light, so they don't become black. And white people have become white because they've got away from the equator. And you know, colonized them areas. Well, I don't even think that's why there's black and white. I think black and white are two different species, to be honest. Well, not two different species, but like two different species that survived the last extinction. Because if one species survived an extinction over here in the hot place in Africa or whatever, and then another species like come out of a cave and is in a cool place, he's gonna have to evolve in this cool place for a long time. And maybe there was from like the same, maybe there was like from the same species or once upon a time, but because they've evolved like in two different areas, they've become two different species. This species have evolved to live in colder conditions or less sunlight because of the angle of the sun getting deflected off the atmosphere. And would you call that two different species? Because you've evolved differently, so would you call that two different species? I mean, a dog and a wolf is not two different species. A dog is from a wolf. But You know, we're not from them and they're not from us. Because there's no evidence to say that we're from them. We're from black people. I mean, they say they have got evidence, but they haven't really. You know, they just say, you know, this is where, like, the oldest, you know, oldest evidence that we've got of people on this earth, you know, in Egypt and tribes and Gobekli Tepe. You know, that's the oldest, and you know you've got to be black because it's always been hot on the equator. And this landmass has always been on the equator. The shifting of tectonic plates is complete bullshit as well. That's complete bullshit, in my opinion. I don't understand it. I don't understand the mechanics of tectonic plates, but that's complete bullshit, you know. I mean, it seems like tectonic plates, you know. The evidence suggests it's like tectonic plates, but I don't think it is. And it's not even a mixture. It's not even a mixture. But it's a mixture of mechanics. You know, I think the Earth is expanding. I think the space in between every atom that everything is made of, I think that keeps expanding and contracting constantly, and that causes random chaos. And water will push land masses which they would call a tectonic plate. So like just say you've got like scientists say that the Earth is breathing. Like it has a cardiovascular system. In the air, there's rivers. Like rivers of water and air. And pockets of denser oxygen and pockets of like different gases, you know, just there's just pockets of different compositions of air everywhere. So you know, your muscles need oxygen, so your body pumps blood cells into it's the same with the Earth, but instead of blood it's air, and the oceans have streams. And not just streams, it has buildings and like, you know, I don't know, what would you say? What do we call it? It has water treatment plants. It has like sections of water treatment areas, like lakes. It has lakes in the ocean. It has lakes, and you know, there's like, it has lungs. You know, the lakes are like lungs. They're just constantly just sucking in. Like water is bound by gravity. But the lakes are like, the lakes in the ocean are like holes. Like the water just drops in from like all angles. But it don't drop in from like up there. It drops in from everywhere. It drops in from everywhere, and then, you know, like there's little streams that go out of it, like blood vessels. It's like two-dimensional gravity. Well, it's three-dimensional gravity, but compared to gravity, it's like two-dimensional gravity, because you know water is only stuck to the earth. You know, it can't go away from the earth. It's like when a river goes like down a mountain, like gaps and stuff. It's like that, but the water doesn't go down. It comes in from side. It comes in from bottom. Like, it's so strange. Like, how can water go up hill? You know, like straight up. And act like it's falling downwards. It's literally like it's like falling downwards. It's because like all the little streams around it, right? It's just a massive amount of mass. You know, the pressure and the mass. It's just a massive amount of mass, and you know, the mass is gravity. So it's just like there's just like little sections that are, all this mass is coming out. You know, it's just pulling on it. I think, you know, I don't really know. I'm not a scientist. But the rivers don't go, you know, horizontally. They don't go down. They don't go up. They go in all directions, everywhere. I mean, the rivers don't go up. You know, well, they do, but you know, not as much of as the, what would you call it, rivers and like your body's got veins and arteries. You know, the veins take the depleted oxygen blood back, and the arteries pump the blood to where it's needed. Like, what would you call the streams and rivers of the oceans and the air? And then you've got lava as well. There's probably some sort of freaking streams and shit in the lava, and the land masses, and you know, like tectonic plates. You know, like it's not just tectonic plates; it's arteries, man. What is reality? Right? Reality is what you can see, what you can touch, what you can feel, what you can hear, whatever you can sense. Right? What is gravity? Gravity is a force. Well, it's not a force in my opinion, but it's a sense, you know. Everything senses everything else, and that creates reality, and that reality realizes gravity. So the planet is alive in our in fact, everything is alive. A rock is alive because the rock has an interaction with us. whether it likes it or not, whether it realizes it or not, it has a reaction with us. So that reaction is reality, and that rock is noticing, it's sensing that reaction, even though it can't explain it. That rock is alive because the reaction is happening to it. So, I mean, it doesn't know because it's an inanimate object, but it realizes. Well, there isn't even a word for it. There isn't even a word for it. Realizes is not the word. Realizes, yeah, realizes is exactly the right word. Although it depends on your definition of realizes. It concludes. It concludes reality. The rock concludes the experiment. Anything with mass makes the answer to the experiment, so that's reality. So everything must be alive, and everything must know it's alive, even though it can't perceive it, because the reaction is happening. Like reality is the effect of something and you like noticing it or measuring it or like concluding that is real. Like you think like reality doesn't exist realistically. There is no such thing as reality. Like reality is just a conclusion based on what we sense. It literally can't be proven. It literally cannot be proven. It can be theorized about. Reality can be theorized about. But the proof of reality is that everything realizes its interaction. Everything realizes because the Earth wasn't, and that makes reality here, then we wouldn't be on the Earth, and we wouldn't happen, you know. And if the sun wasn't there, the Earth wouldn't be orbiting the sun. And if an asteroid wasn't getting pulled by something, or exploded off something, then that asteroid wouldn't be moving in a direction. I mean, what direction are we actually going in? Are we going left? Are we going up? Are we going down? Are we going diagonal? Like, I don't actually think like scientists know what direction we're traveling in, because the expansion of space is like so fast that we're basically stationary. Well, we're going backwards. We're like traveling in this direction. Space is like getting so big in front of us, but it's getting bigger in this direction. So we're like, I don't know. We're like traveling in, like we're imploding. Like, we're literally imploding. Like you can look in any direction and you'll see back to the start of the universe. So the Big Bang's over there, and then you like the light fucking comes back on itself, and it sees over here again, which is so in any direction. You can look in any direction and see the start of the universe. And it's not because the light's always curving to the same point, it's not because of that. It's because if you look far enough back, you look back on yourself. Which is impossible to understand. I saw this I don't know what you would call it. I think it explains what does it explain? Quantum particles, or quantum theory, right? Like quarks and like, they literally have no idea. Like quantum what's that fucking quantum theory? What's that thing that like Einstein said? Relativity. I think it's something to do with Einstein's theory of relativity. And so they've got this like gyro fucking, what's that bloody thing where you'd like twiddle the pencil round. So we've got this gyroscopic drawing, right? We've got this gyroscopic drawing that like folds in on itself, and that's the best representation that a computer can come up with about the quantum world, right? You know, and it's not true. It's literally not true, because you can't actually see it. You can't actually see the quantum world. You can't represent it, because everything's 3D. You know, like all around you is going forward, backwards, up and down. You know, there's no circles folding on itself, and you know, and it's like one of them step things, and the steps just go on forever, but you're just going around in circles. You know, it's an optical illusion. Like they've basically represented the quantum world with an optical illusion, and that's not how it works. Like that's not correct. The maths, you know, the maths makes these simulations of the quantum world. The maths actually works out when you're taking Einstein's theory of relativity. You know, the maths actually works when you do it, which either means one thing, you know, the theory of relativity is wrong, or the maths just works out, and there's some other reason why things happen. There's some other force involved to make things happen that's not gravity. Like gravity is like literally wrong. You know, gravity is wrong. You know, an apple does not fall down to the earth. An apple falls in every direction all the time. You know, it's literally falling in every direction all the time, folding in on itself, getting pulled by magnetic forces, and you know, and getting sucked in by the pull of the atoms from your body that's getting pulled in this direction and then getting pushed out, and it's gravity is like, it's too complicated. Like it's like physically impossible to comprehend. I don't even think you could ever comprehend it. Like, I don't even think you could ever comprehend gravity. Because reality makes gravity. It's always changing. It changes every second of every day. You know, every time the Earth travels somewhere, and you know, around the sun, and the sun travels through space, and you know, it's literally changing all the time. So you could actually never You could never make an equation for gravity. You could never. You could guess, and it'll be right now, but in, you know, in 1,000 years it won't be right. It'll be just off. It'll be just off. In 1,000,000 years, it'll be like, you know, it might go back to the beginning. In 1,000,000,000,000 years, it might be fucking miles out. Like we think we've got it right because it works now. Like gravity works now. Like I literally think that the theories that we hold true, you know, it only works on planet Earth. And it only works, it even works in space. But they've got to account for the lack of atmosphere and pressures and, you know, the vacuum of space, which they can do, you know. So like it works out there as well. But like if you went to the sun, well, actually the sun would probably still work there. But if you went to a different galaxy, like gravity would be a completely different equation. Well, the theory of relativity would be a completely different equation. Where's my thing gone? Blind. Right. The only thing gravity is to us is reality, you know. It's what we can see, what we can measure, and, you know, and do maths on. You know, gravity is just a theory about how we and how the planet and how the sun and how the universe interacts with us. That's not gravity, you know. That's not gravity. Like gravity is like not a thing. Because if we left this planet, went to a different galaxy, gravity would become like, well, not just gravity, but just the mechanics of everything. The mechanics of atoms, the mechanics, like we'll never even know. Well, actually, we might find out one day. We'll have to send a probe. We'll have to send a probe that can measure all the shit that we've measured on this planet. You know, hydrogen atoms. You know, the periodic table will be completely different. hydrogen might not even exist. You know, hydrogen might have a different mass. In a different galaxy. Like, it wouldn't even be hydrogen, it might be something completely different. You know, it'd be close to hydrogen, because like hydrogen is hydrogen because it's the most abundant, and you know, the mass makes it hydrogen. You know, the name doesn't make it hydrogen, it's the mass that makes it hydrogen. Like the reason they know that hydrogen is the most abundant thing in the universe is because of the effect from the mass of everything in the universe. You know, so they can tell that hydrogen is the most abundant thing in the universe because of the bend, or the, what would you call it, the shift, like the shift of light. When you look at something far away, you know, it's there, but it's actually over there. You know, it's not actually there, and they can tell that because they look at something close, like they know it's not there. It's there because it has to be there because of the interaction with the things around it. Because if a planet's orbiting over here, this planet has to be orbiting over here. You know, so that means that can't be there. That's far further away. So, you know, if that's over there, it can't be there because that's that mass, which they can tell from the heat and the energy from the planet. So like, and that's far away. So you know, that's actually over there when they see it there. So they estimate all that. Like they've literally got to come up with like I don't know. They've got to come up like to find out where 2 orbiting planets should be. Like you've got to do 4 equations at least. 5 equations, 6 equations. Well, actually, you only need to figure out the mass of one thing, and then you've got to know where what its orbit is. To figure out its orbit, you've got to do another equation. Actually, no, you can figure out its orbit depending on the biggest mass. Although that won't be accurate. It'll be pretty accurate though. Like if you take the time it takes to go around actually that won't be even accurate. How many equations? Like it must take like years to figure out. You can get the computer to work it out, but how do you keep figuring out the equations? Because if the thing's further away, then that's not where it should be. So you've got to do it an equation to figure out where it should be. And if the orbit brings it closer to you, then it's going to be closer to where it will be. So you need to like do an equation for every point that it gets closer to you, and then every point that it gets further away from you. And then you've got to account for the speed as well. Actually, do you have to account for the speed? Like if a mass is going at that speed, you know, this is what people like scientists start figuring out about gravity as well. So the orbit's taking it round there, right? And like there's a moon over here with asteroids that are getting pulled by the moon. This thing's pulling the asteroid then, right? And then coming back round and then pushing the asteroid. Well, it's not pushing the asteroid, but it's going with the asteroid and getting closer to the asteroid, and the asteroid's pulling its gravity at the same time while this is going in that direction. You know, the gravity of this thing is well more than the asteroid, but because it's going in this direction, the gravity is like You know, it's like a bucket. It's like pushing the asteroid. Like they're the biggest influences of gravity. You know, mass. And it's not even the mass, you know, because it's not a force, gravity. It's not even the mass. It's the expansion of space around the mass that pressurizes like all the matter, dark energy, you know, like space. It pressurizes space. Vacuum. Space is a vacuum. It can't be pressurized, you know. But I'm using that as the only way that I can explain it. You know, it's not pressurized, but it's something else. It's expansion. Elasticity. It's like a rubber band, you know. The planet goes in that direction. The matter is vibrating, and everything around it's getting like stretched because the matter is vibrating. And this thing's going like fucking 1,000 miles an hour through space. So, like, that's causing more elasticity in this direction. And it ripples through space. But why does it ripple through space? Like, what interaction is happening? It's like a sinkhole. It causes like a sinkhole. Like, that goes like that, and that goes like that, and that goes like that. And like when you get so far out, you know, it's a massive black hole. You know, everything reacts against each other, and it causes a massive black hole, and that causes stuff to sink into the black hole, and that's gravity. It's like everything just wants to drop down these sinkholes because everything's vibrating. And when everything vibrates, because space is expanding around everything all the time. When everything vibrates, space expands, like that vibrates that way, space expands that way, and then it vibrates back down. And, you know, it gets compressed. But space has already increased because it went over there. And then the atom's gone down there and it expands there. So you've got this like fan of expansion, you've got a little bit of expansion and a big bit of expansion, and then you've got the compression from around the atom. And it's going in all directions. It's vibrating in all directions, and the expansion's fanning all the way around the atom. And it's creating a black hole. Like every atom is creating a black hole. Like it's imploding on itself all the time. And like it's self-perpetuating. Like it's self-perpetuating. The only reason it's not a free energy device is because the energy already happened. So something must have created the energy. And, well, the energy does run out eventually, though. Which is strange. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Cool. Glad you're enjoying it. What are you up to? How many farmers do you know, Joe? I guarantee they're not all millionaires. Yeah, true. True. But literally, you know, you can buy, you know, let's say you've got a couple of acres of land, right? In your McHay or silage. Or, hay is probably the best. So let's just say you've got, you know, I don't know, 5 acres of land, right? And you make a profit on 5 acres of land mowing grass. Your tractor costs 50 grand. Your mowers cost uh, 20 grand, 10 grand. Your collector windrow, that costs 5 grand. You know, maybe 1,500. I don't know. It's still a lot of money anyway. You know, it's still a lot of money. Like the reason farmers do it on a big scale, and the reason farmers have millions of pounds worth of assets, is because they have to do it on a big scale, because they've got to make you know, years. They've got to be able to survive years, because some years, you know, they might struggle. You know, farmers, like most farmers don't do it unless they have like a couple of years worth of profit. You know, unless they can keep themselves going for a couple of years. Because literally they might not make any money 1 year. They might break even. They might make a loss 1 year. So they go, right, we've made some money this year. Let's buy a load of extra equipment and extra land and risk it for a biscuit. You know? And then they're paying all this money for land, and they're getting it all prepared, and they go, shit, that costs a lot of money. We didn't make no profit on that land either, you know, so we're fucked this year. But, you know, we did the preparation for this land for the next year. Maybe next year we might make some money. And like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you can be a vegan all you want, but what happens if it rains? What happens if all the crops get flooded? What happens if there's massive windstorms? You know, corn doesn't like wind. Strawberry plants don't like wind. Potatoes like wind. They don't mind wind. Beans. Soybeans don't like wind. You know? The beans fall off the plant, and there's nowhere to pick them up. There's nowhere to pick them up. The harvester can go along and shake them off the bush, collect them, but if they're on floor, there's literally nowhere to pick them up. You know what can survive wind? Cows. You know? Cows, animals, trees, foliage, grass. You know? Animals can eat all that shit. I mean, what do elephants eat? Trees. Like literal trees. Like dinosaurs. You know, why were dinosaurs so tall? Because the lack of oxygen. It was more CO2 in the air. So the dinosaurs got big and the trees got big, and the dinosaurs could reach the trees. It was perfect harmony. You know, it was perfect harmony. Now we have less CO2. Everything's getting smaller. And people want to become vegans. The plants are getting smaller with less CO2. And so let's eat plants when there's less CO2. Like that's just like, you know, you might as well just murder people. Like, you literally might as well just murder people. Like, the only way you can have more plants is with more CO2. You know, it's not rocket science. What do plants need? Plants don't need oxygen. Plants don't need, like, more oxygen. They need more CO2. So veganism is not going to work. What do animals need? More oxygen. What do humans need? More food. So should we go to plants, or should we go to, you know, if we're going to get on this CO2 diet, you know, vegans are also bothered about the earth and the planet, you know, most of them. So they'll go, you know, less CO2. It's like, well, that's counterproductive for veganism. Literally counterproductive for veganism. Like, the sun shines better on the equator. You know, where are most of the, like, trees, and where are the most, like, rainforests situated? You know, the big ash trees. You know, nearer the equator, because it can get through the pollution. It's not CO2 that's causing the blockage of the sun. It's the atmosphere. The more the planet breathes, and the more people and animals, the more atmosphere have. So getting rid of CO2 does not, like, solve the atmosphere problem. You know, in fact, it worsens it. Well, that don't make sense, what I just said right there. because the more people you have, the more atmosphere you have. Well, the denser the atmosphere gets. And the harder it is for the sunlight to penetrate. But sunlight is not the problem. Sunlight is not the problem. Why is CO2 going up? We could be a contributor, definitely. We could be a contributor, or it might just do that. You know, science does not know. They definitely know that we contribute towards it. They definitely know that. But do they know that we are the primary reason why it's going up, why the temperatures are going up? Do they actually know that? And no, they can't know that, because we've only been recording the temperature for a couple of 100 years, is it? I can't remember now. On the big scheme of things, millions of years, thousands of years, we've only been recording it for 500 years at most. I'm sure, maybe even less than that, 300 years. We've only been recording the temperatures for and they go, well, it started off down here, then it went up, then it went down, and then now it's going. No, it just keeps going up. It must be us that's doing it. It's like, well, it's only 100 years, man. Think about millions of years, man. The temperature's been going up and down, up and down. Like, the scientists even know that. And they say, well, the dinosaurs were a big reason why the temperature went up. Because the dinosaurs were thriving and they were giving a lot of methane and gases and breathing and that's why they were succeeding, because the CO2 levels were super high and that's what caused the floods. Or it might have been an asteroid, and that just created massive tsunamis across the whole planet. They said it was just one asteroid. Now the theory is that it were multiple asteroids that hit simultaneously. However you say that word. Or it might have not been an asteroid at all. That wiped out the dinosaurs. Asteroids were hitting, definitely. I know that. Comets, asteroids, everything. There were massive floods, I know that. It could have been something completely different. That wiped out the dinosaurs. I like to think history repeats itself. I think there was some sort of master species that started to I don't even think they hunted them for food. I think they just hunted them because they wanted to live in that place. So they like try to push the dinosaurs out by eradicating a certain area. And they got rid of all trees and foliage and made pyramids, made structures, and then the dinosaurs went, well, there's no food for us here, so we'll just piss off. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex went, well, I'll just eat these fucking humans then. And so they wiped all the Tyrannosaurus Rexes out. And then all the herbivores, they were just like, they became like too uh, too successful, because the Tyrannosaurus Rexes wasn't there to kill off the population of small species, and so the small species became too successful, and the big dinosaurs, I don't know. I'd like to think it were a plague or a disease that wiped out the dinosaurs, but that's just too simple. I think it's like a multifaceted problem. Although I don't think it were a comet. I mean, a volcano won't do them no favours. A volcano won't do them no favours. I don't think a volcano would be the reason why the dinosaurs would go extinct. Even if a volcano like put soot all over trees, the trees couldn't flourish. The dinosaurs like started wandering around for like other shit to eat, and they starved to death because they couldn't get away far enough from volcano. That'd wipe out a massive area of dinosaurs, but it won't wipe out the whole world of dinosaurs. And it won't wipe out all the species, like all the different species. Unless all the other different species just cease to exist because of the dinosaurs. That's a possibility. The dinosaurs just became too successful, wiped out all the other little species. Like even in oceans, you know, you have massive dinosaurs in oceans as well. Like they could have wiped out all the little species of fish, and you know. Do you know CERN, right? You could literally, I don't know if it would wipe out the planet, but you could literally change the polarity of the Earth with CERN. Like you could make a CERN, like a CERN in a certain point, and you could bombard particles like all the time in a certain area, which would it changed the magnetic polarity, and the south pole would be the prominent force. Like I've thought about this long and hard, right? The Earth is a spaceship, and if you could somehow neutralize one side of the planet, there'd be no magnetic field, like equalizing it. So you'd have a magnetic field on the bottom side of the Earth, and the magnetic field would try and wrap around to the other side of the Earth, and you just neutralize it. So, like the magnetic field would just come in, and then it'd just be repelled, and it'd get repelled into space, which would create this like vortex, and you just drop through space, and you could go in like whatever direction you wanted. Apart from, it'd be best off on the high polarity areas like the North and South Pole. But you could like shift the axis of the planet, and then neutralize the magnetic field, and you'd basically just drop through space. It'd take a long time. It'd take like thousands of years. Like like the moon. The moon always faces one side towards the Earth. Like, why is that? You know? Gravity, you know? Gravity is just sucking it in constantly. So why does the moon just not drop on the Earth? Because it's in an orbit. Because it's in an orbit. Well, why is it in an orbit if it's always facing towards the Earth? It's not in an orbit. It's magnetically connected to the Earth. Like the magnetic field, because the moon is closer than the sun, the sun creates its orbit, but because the moon is close to the Earth, the magnetic stuff keeps it locked to one side. And the magnetic, what do you call it? Magnetosphere. From the sun is too far away to well, I suppose if wait a minute. So the Earth is travelling around the sun and the moon is travelling around the Earth. So if the moon were always locked to the sun, yeah, it'd swap angles. So the moon is magnetically locked to the Earth because it always faces the same direction. So magnets must have something to do with gravity. I wonder what happens if you land on the dark side of the moon. I wonder if gravity will be different on the dark side of the moon. Gravity. I think gravity will be more on the dark side of the moon. It might even be more than the Earth. Because you'd be in a vacuum. Actually, you might have an atmosphere. You might have a small atmosphere on the dark side of the moon. Because the magnetosphere will, like, it'll pull everything towards the backside of the planet. Because it's locked towards the Earth, so like it'll be like it'll be sucking it towards the Earth, and there'll be like streams of magnetosphere holding the atmosphere from the moon. Like, there won't be no air, there won't be no like atmosphere, but there'll be, I don't know, what would you say? A tidal atmosphere, a magnetic atmosphere. In fact, there will be an atmosphere because there's bloody asteroids in it all the time and comets. You know, and if comets are in it, that means water is going to be pumped out, and the gravity will keep it on the surface, but the vacuum of space will make it want to escape once it explodes. And the orbit around the Earth, that's just going to fling it into an orbit around the moon, and the magnetosphere is going to like suck it to the back of the moon. That could actually create weather and rain on the backside of the moon. But it'd have to get some heat. It'd have to cause some evaporation. And the evaporation would come from alignments with planets in our solar system. So if a planet aligns, like, you know, Saturn, the sun will reflect off Saturn and cause a little bit of heat that might actually cause weather on the backside of the moon. But the moon aligns every so often. No, so the sun, so the dark side of the moon is not dark because it, like a lunar eclipse is the moon blocking out the sun, so the back of the moon must get a load of sun every so often. Like, there's got to be water on the moon, right? Because it won't be just asteroids that hit, it'll be comets. Comets comets are made of water. So there must be water on the moon. But where else can it go? It might evaporate with the energy straight away. But you'd think the gravity, and the magnetic forces would hold it in orbit around the moon. Although the moon is quite small, so maybe the gravity of the Earth is more prevalent. But then the Earth would create an orbit of moisture. It'd eventually suck it into the Earth, but it'd be like tidally, the moisture, the water particles will be in orbit around the Earth until it gets sucked in slowly by the Earth. Some will try to escape, and then it'll just like come on an arc, and the moon will like will just pass through that, and the water will get collected by the moon. And the side Earth would reflect light from the sun onto the side of the moon. That's why we can see the moon. Because the Earth is reflecting the light from the sun onto the moon. We won't be able to see the moon sometimes. But we can see the moon all the time. Apart from when the moon goes behind the Earth at night time. So it's night time now, so the sun has gone behind the Earth. But we can see the moon because the moon's over there and the sun's down there, and we can see the. So what would you call it's just an eclipse. So you got a solar eclipse, which is the sun behind the moon, and you've just got an eclipse where the moon is behind the Earth. But you won't be able to see the moon at all. Well, maybe refraction off the atmosphere. I don't know. I play the victim, right? Because I've realised that everyone's a victim. Everyone's the victim of society. You know, everybody's got sucked in to physical and mental slavery. Like, there's a better word. Servitude. Everybody's got into this, like, brainwashing to servitude. I'm not even saying that you shouldn't do things for other people. Like, I think that's the solution. You should like do things for other people, but doing it for world goals, right? You know, doing it for the government, doing it for the monarch. You know, like, for the whole of the United Kingdom. Like, that obviously doesn't work. You know, but like, do it for the people around you. Like, if you want to do something for the people around you. You know, if you've got a business, a worldwide business, fair enough. You know, work for them, go work for them. You know, like, do things for them. But that business should be selling its goods all around the world. You know, it shouldn't be paying tax to the government. You know, like, this company is important to send goods all across the planet. You know, it's that important. It sends goods all across the planet. Like, if it's that important, the government should not get no money from that. You know, like, this company is a important venture. Like, nothing should stand in the way of that. You know, I play the victim because we are the victim. The companies that do a good job, you know, they shouldn't be messed with. They shouldn't be taxed. They shouldn't have any impedance whatsoever. In fact, they should have encouragement. You know, I mean, what do we produce in England? You know, what do we produce? Cars. You know, I don't know. I don't know what we export. Probably a lot of produce. what's funny, right, is a third world country gets fed rice, right? Where do you get rice from? You don't get it from third world countries. You know, Africa's too hot to grow rice. You know, you get rice from as far away from the third world country, well, not the third world countries, but like, you know, Africa. You know, like so close to the equator, you get rice from away from the equator. You know. Well, actually, that's not true. Actually, mountains actually help with weather and rain and like moisture and shit. But you know, you transport rice to the third world country from miles away, which costs money. You know, instead of like finding some way to grow food close to Africa, you transport rice from China, which costs a load of money, a load of CO2, and blah blah blah. You know. So yeah, like you give to charity, and they go, I'll buy some rice from China because that's the cheapest place I can buy it. Then the logistics of it, you know, you've got to find the cheapest way to transport it to China. So you employ, you know, you employ people on pittance of a wage, slaves, you know, to transport the rice long distances, dangerous in the heat. How do you think you get bags of rice to the centre of Africa? You know, do you know how big Africa is? You can probably grow like rice in Africa, but how do you move rice from like the parts where you can grow rice from Africa? You know, by boat, you go all the way to the bottom, dump the rice off, and you've got to transport it all the way back up into the middle of Africa. Or you've got to transport it all the way down in the middle of Africa. It's just like, literally impossible. And the government won't let the people go to the coast, you know, because like the coastline would literally get poisoned without people. You know, everybody be on rivers, dumping shit in rivers, getting a bath in rivers, and that'll go into the sea, and you know the coast will be unfishable. fish like come towards coastlines. Like, they come towards coastlines because the coast creates currents. You know, the waves come in, creates currents, and the fish can just like travel down the currents without using too much energy. And the predators come to the coastlines because the fish come to the coastlines because they come for currents. That's why whales are amazing, you know, because they can go deep. They can go in the deep currents. They can travel across like oceans. Like fish, like most of the fish need residual heat from land. You know, they can't survive in freezing cold ocean. Whales can. Tortoises can as well. How the fuck did tortoises are cold-blooded? But they must need some heat unless they're in fucking hibernation all the time. How do they know where they're going? Do they just go anywhere? They don't give a shit. They're just like they get in a current and they just go, I'll just take this current, see where I end up. And turtles live for 100 years, so they're probably, you know, the ones that figure out the route, they remember that route, and the rest just die. What happens to the shells of turtles? It probably just gets grinded away by the sea. In fact, it'll be loads of different algae and shit that live off of it, probably. Shell is basically hair, isn't it? Nails. What do you call hair now? There's a word for it. Nails. Oh, fuck it. Nails is basically hair, isn't it? Why do we grow nails? because our nails are facing the sun and it's the end of your fingertips, so that gets the most stick. Like your nose. Why does your nose not create a nail? Because there's no muscle. Is there a muscle? Is there a muscle in your finger? Like on the end of your finger, is there a muscle in there? There's got to be, on there. Yeah, it's got to be. There's no muscle in your nose. Your nose is just. What do you call it? Arteries. You can move your nostrils, right? You can move your nostrils. How do you move your nostrils? Like your spine. Your spine don't have no muscle, but the muscles move your spine. Your nervous system. Your nervous system moves your nostrils. Is the muscles in your nostrils? People can move their ears. There's no muscles in your ears, is there? Like in your actual like ear lobes and shit. What do they call freaking nails? Keratin. Is it keratin? So is that what shells are made out of? I thought snails just steal other people's shells. Where does the shell come from in the first place? I'm guessing the shell grows with the shit that the skin extrudes. So the shell feeds itself. Well, the snail feeds the shell, but the shell multiplies by itself. Does a shell need water? Like I want to know these things because, well, I know I'm thinking it's like something completely different, but literally the turtle cannot make the journey across the ocean without a shell, because it'd have to hibernate, and if it hibernates without a shell, it'd get eaten by something. So why do they emigrate? Why do they leave the babies? Because they'd have strength in numbers. If they all stayed together, they'd have strength in numbers. Because it'd be better if they were random. So that's why they make the long, arduous journey, because that's the only way they can survive. Because they probably didn't have a shell at some point. They were just successful, and then other predators started eating them, and then they got pissed off. They couldn't find a partner, so they went, right, well, we're going to need a shell. Right, turtles are from the dinosaur period, right? Terrapins are a completely different species. I believe. But they evolved the same as turtles, but terrapins evolved later, a lot later. I mean, that is like so strange. Like, terrapins evolved exactly the same as turtles. You know, came from the sea. Went onto land. And jumped in a river or a lake and go, this is my home now. And then swam up a river. Went onto land. Got further up the river. Went into different rivers. And you've got freshwater terrapins. But they evolved, you know, millions of years after turtles. They must have come from sea originally, right? Terrapins. Like, what would they have been? Frogs? No. Lizards? Instead of evolving into lizards, they became turtles and terrapins. I mean, everything came from lizards, dinosaurs, humans. You know, instead of turning into a lizard, we became humans. we all came from the sea. Because the earth was uninhabitable on the land. And the only reason that animals evolved and came out of the sea is because the surface got more and more oxygen and atmosphere and warmth or cold. the Earth must have been like a. The Earth must have been like a constant catastrophe. There'd be volcanoes and lava and heat and boiling oceans and then gradually over time it just became cold. And with that cooling, animals were able to come out of the ocean and evolve on the land. And then an ice age wiped out a lot of the animals. And then it warmed back up. Like why would it create an ice age? Like all the volcanoes blocked out the sunlight. Why would it just have an ice age? It must have been a polarity reverse. So so if the planet like reverses polarity, like one side of the Earth is just gonna like stay cold all the time, and the sun's not gonna have a chance to heat the other side of the Earth up because the like Earth's just like reversing polarity over a long period of time. But like one side of the Earth is just gonna have the sun on it, but it's just gonna be turning constantly, so it's never actually gonna get warm. And then the polarity, and then what like it must just keep turning. It must just keep spinning. Like not on its axis. And it must like just keep spinning constantly. Like it'll be spinning like that and it'll be spinning like downwards. So the sun don't have chance to warm anything up. So like one side of the earth is just like getting cold all the time. Because it'll be spinning like that. So one side of the earth is just like never getting the sunlight. So it's spinning like that and then it just reverses polarity. So it'd be spinning like on a diagonal. So this side will just be going like this, away from the sun. So like the sun will be warming that up, but it's just like constantly just like getting further, and every angle is just getting further away from the sun all the time. Apart from the one spot that's getting all the sunlight. Yeah, but we're revolving around the sun as well. So one side will be getting like all the heat, and then it'll just switch round, and then that side will be getting all the heat. Like, why would it be an ice age? Like soot from volcanoes just blocked out the sunlight. Like I don't believe that. because the atmosphere would. Yeah, the atmosphere would heat up and be cold in some areas, so it'd create like not tornadoes, but like a cycle of rivers and streams in the atmosphere. And it all collects into one stream, and it won't blanket the earth. It'll blanket the earth at first, and it'll get cold, but then it'd like I don't know. There'd be hot spots. There'd be hot spots, and that'd create valleys of dust, and the rest of the area would be able to warm around it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it were a polarity change. That's what caused the ice age. Like it'd literally be in the span of a year. Or would it? Would it be a year? It'd be a year before it started to equalize itself out. Would it be a year? What is a year? What is a year? 35 million years ago. 60, about 60. 50 million years ago. So Neanderthals got wiped out by the Ice Age, right? So what was that, like, whatever, 10 million years ago? No, it wasn't that long ago, was it? Yeah, it was 35 million years ago. I don't know. Well, whenever it was, Neanderthals got wiped out by the Ice Age. Do you think it's a bit convenient, There were no other Neanderthals left, and then humans popped up, and we look exactly the same as Neanderthals, but scientists know that Neanderthals are a completely different species. In fact, they know there were like different species of Neanderthals. Like, there were different types of Neanderthals, different hominids, different species. Like, scientists know that, and they all got wiped out. But we look exactly the same. Well, we look similar to Neanderthals. Does anyone find that quite convenient? Like, there's literally only one explanation for it. Because Neanderthals took 35 million years to evolve. And civilized human beings came about 10,000 years ago. $13,000 years ago. 13,000 years ago is the oldest we can go back, I think. Well, that's the oldest evidence of civilization that we've found. So it's got to be around that time, even if it's 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. It's not 35 million years for humans to evolve. There were no monkeys found. There were no monkeys found. With the evolution of man. Maybe the Neanderthals are all monkeys. You'd think if we evolved from monkeys, then the Neanderthals would have evolved from monkeys as well. Have they found Neanderthal skulls and shit? It can't be 35 million years ago. There wouldn't be no left, would there? Neanderthals were around in dinosaur ages, weren't they? Am I wrong in that? Why am I not getting no messages, YouTube? Hello, you good bro? You had some sniff, lad. Joe, you have had an entire Easter meal to prepare. Get going. Hate rice, Asians, unsavoury people, and likes. You can't say you hate them, man. They're here. You can't really say you hate them. I don't hate Asians. I hate religions. And bureaucracy. Religion is just one big bureaucracy. You know, follow the rules. And people enforcing the rules. That's the definition of bureaucracy, right? You know, making people follow the rules. That's religion. The only way to get people to do what you want them to do is to give them rules. And what better way to give them rules than a supreme commander called God? And you see a burning bush and you go, that's God. And you see, you know, a flood wiping out everybody around you. God must be angry. The plague of locusts. Plagues of insects happen to this day. Yeah. Civilization wasn't as big as it is today, you know, like not every corner of the planet wasn't occupied, you know, people used to stick together in little bubbles. The plague of locusts come along and, you know, wipe out a colony of people, create diseases and shit, and like, that must be God, you know, it must be. It's the only explanation. it's probably a good idea being scared of a god, you know. Then you'll behave yourself. A little bit more. To just explain everything. You know, God did it. You know, Jesus was a miraculous guy. Son of God. Must be. Son of God means son of God. Like, it's like a metaphor. Like Jesus was never the Son of God. You know, he was never the Son of God until it was resurrected again. And people called him the Son of God because the sun rises every morning and is resurrected anew every day. So they used Son of God as a metaphor to say he's like the sun. And the sun was God. Well, that were most religions. Most religions were based the sun being God. You know. Most tribes still worship the sun. They don't worship God. They worship the sun as if it is God. And the stars and the wind. The wind is God's voice, you know, telling them something. the sun creates the wind, and you know. What's the Easter Bunny going on here? What the Easter Bunny going on here? I don't know. Has YouTube got rid of all bots and shit? I don't seem to get many bots anymore. Well, I probably do, but I don't notice it. What is going on here is I am trying to understand the mechanics of the world. So I can make a decision about what to do about it. I mean, it's too complicated. And yet it's so simple. You know, the history of the planet tells you what you need to do. Like, the dinosaurs were successful for millions of years. Cold. And so you have to let nature take its course. There were more CO2 in the dinosaur ages. That's why dinosaurs were so big, because they had to have bigger lungs to get the necessary oxygen to thrive. The government doesn't want the human race to become bigger, because they won't be able to feed everybody. So if CO2 increases, everything will become bigger. Trees, people, animals. And I'm guessing, we'll be too powerful if we become bigger. If we all became giants, a giant can't stop another giant. The bigger giant of the two will win. Just like the dinosaurs, the biggest dinosaurs don't fight with nobody, and nobody fights with the biggest dinosaurs. Like they won't be able to control us. The power structures of the world think that the human race is going to last forever. We've only been here for 10,000 years. They think we've cracked it. I think we're going to survive. They've got underground bunkers. They'll be able to survive any catastrophe. At least some of them will. The most powerful and rich. They believe they're going to survive. What catastrophes has happened? We had a volcano that put a stop to aeroplanes for a couple of months. COVID. That didn't even hardly touch us in the big scheme of things, to be fair. Actually, COVID's a bigger problem than it actually first seems. Not because of COVID, because people aren't breeding anymore. which could cause a massive depopulation. Like instead of 7 billion, eventually all the old people are going to die and there's going to be 3 billion, just like that, because people don't, like, a lot of the people aren't breeding anymore. They're not even replacing the people that are dying right now. And if that keeps happening, people are going to keep dying. So if you don't replace the people that are dying, that's like mass extinction almost. Well, it could be. I don't think it'll happen like that, but it's not a good idea. That's for damn sure. Headache again. How long's it been? 4 hours? Fuck's sake. That means whatever I'm doing, I'm giving myself headache. Because I had a headache before. And I thought it was just because I was getting sunstroke. Well, I did get sunstroke as well. But that's not why I've got a headache. I've eaten today. 12 o'clock. Okay, that's probably not enough. It's because I'm thinking too much. I was thinking all day today about auditing. Like, what can I audit? And I don't usually do that, and I'm like, something's going to happen, if I just go for a walk, something will happen, and no happened. Like, nothing happened. which is fine, you know, it's fine, it's better that way. But something always happens with me. Well, not always, but you know, I usually come across something that annoys me. I can usually audit something. I need pliers. Where is pliers? Actually, I need 2 pairs of pliers. Oh. Leverage. I'm going to pop the lighter. And that's when I got a headache. I was like, shall I go audit the police station? And then I went past the police station and literally I couldn't see anything. Got my camera ready. And I was just like, there's no happening. You know, they've even like blanked out the windows now. You can still see upstairs, but you can't see anything. It's just like, not even data protection breaches. Not that I can see any data protection, any data with my camera, but it's like a briefing room. You know, they've got like chalkboards and TVs and projectors, and it's like it's all open upstairs. But I'm guessing they don't put no private information on the chalkboards. You know, it'd be like, the best you'll get is like the rotors or something, maybe. I can't imagine they'll put any personal information of people on the chalkboards. Give away the mission. I'd try and record that shit anyway. Like, I point my camera towards it and say, that could be a data protection breach. But I keep moving, so the camera can't focus on anything. Even if you like took a frame, you know, there's no way it'd focus from that distance. If I was zoomed in and stood still, you know, I might be able to see something, maybe, but I don't stand still, because I don't really want to get personal information. I just want to make the point that that could be a data protection breach. Maybe. Like, if you had a decent zoom camera, you know, you could probably see loads of information. But I suppose it depends what information they put on them boards. Like, if they don't put anything important on, then everything's fine, I suppose. But I can't understand why they'd have a briefing room. They've got blinds, so maybe they shut the blinds when important shit's happening. I just can't understand why they leave it open all the time. Like, all the computers are facing away though, which you would expect, really. Like, the TV just has the news on. Can't remember what news program it was now. I think it was Sky News. Probably not Sky News. What's another popular news channel? I don't watch TV anymore. It won't BBC. Actually, it might have been BBC, but like BBC World or something, or BBC, I don't know, like a different BBC channel. I don't watch it. Oh, my back. Jesus. Not we're right, twinge. Oh. Paracetamols. Go away, headache. What would be an important thing to audit? The government. Like how do you audit the government? You can't really, can you? You have to audit the government by freedom of information requests and statistics, spending. You can just watch Houses of Parliament live, can't you? You know? That tells you everything you need to know. That tells you. I just think it's a big joke. Jesus. I was talking about Brexit before, right? And I've realised why they can't leave Brexit now. It's because they paid the money to the European Union, and the European Union have spent it already, and they've paid the money up front over 10 years, whatever, and the government were contracted for 10 years. So, the deal still exists, but the government wanted out, and the European Union can't give the money back because they're contracted with all these different countries to pay this money out over 10 years or whatever it is. So if the government got a refund of all that money, then countries would fail. Like literally countries would fail because the countries have budgeted everything out over 10 years. You know, some things take 10 years, like wind turbines and solar policies and grants to help carbon footprints and bailing banks out and infrastructure. So if you just go, nope, you're not getting that money now, then the government will have to go, right, the council's not getting that money, the wind turbines aren't finishing, everybody's going to be out of a job. So I can understand that, you know, I can understand that. But 10 years worth of money, 10 years worth of money, like we haven't even paid it, you know, we pay it every, I don't know, we probably pay it every 4 years, you know, we just give them a lump sum every 2 years, 4 years, 3 years, I don't know. We'll give them like 5 years worth of money for some things. Other things you'll give them every year. So that's why the government wanted a deal, because the government don't want to get a refund. They can't get a refund. We agreed these contracts for the future. We agreed these contracts for the future. We can't go back on it without buying out of the contract. You know? And we'd have to buy out of every single contract, and then you'd actually get like fines, and you'd just be cutting off the countries. The deal was for the European Union not getting a cut of it. You know, the deal was to get some of the money back that we're paying the European Union to distribute the money and to make the contracts. And the deal wasn't to stop all the contracts, the deal was to stop the European Union from getting as much money out of these contracts as there was. I'd just let them have the money. The deal is they have the money, but we carry on the contracts with the countries, and the countries pay us. A refund. Because we would just be forcing people out of the European Union then. That's complicated. How do you make a deal with countries when the countries are in the European Union? They've got to pay the European Union for the contracts. The country has to go to the European Union, and the European Union approaches the UK and says they want this. And if you want to give them this, you have to go through the European Union. And it's like, we don't want to go through the European Union. We want to cut out the middleman. And it's like, well, you know, they're part of the European Union, and they're not allowed to deal with you outside the European Union because they're contracted with the European Union. So you've got to pay the European Union or just cut them off, you know. Just cut them off completely from any more contracts until they get out of the European Union. How do you deal with that? The public's like, no, not allowed. You can't go through the European Union. But the only way you can talk to countries is some countries is through the European Union. Like, how do you deal with that? You go, it's unacceptable. You go to leader and you go, that's unacceptable. Why not? why not cutting a deal with the European Union? If you want to deal with us, you make a deal with us, you don't make it through the European Union. The European Union can't sue you for a new contract. If the government of Spain wanted a contract with the United Kingdom, that has nothing to do with the European Union. The European Union didn't design that contract. Spain wanted it. If England wanted something from Spain, is Spain even still in the European Union? Did Italy drop out? Who's actually dropped out? That's the question. Who's actually dropped out? I think a lot of countries have claimed bankruptcy. I don't know if that's because of European Union or just COVID. Was it Trinidad and Tobago? So the joined forces. And then they went bankrupt. Trinidad and Tobago. What a great idea that was. I can understand why Scotland don't want to join with the UK actually, because England just spends all its money on wind power and solar power and immigration, and I think Scotland's quite pro-immigration actually, but we just spend all this money on 10-year plans and 20-year plans and 25-year plans, and so I can understand why Scotland don't want to be part of that. England's literally got money coming out of its ass. Literally. that's why they can get into more and more debt. It's like, we took this much debt out before, and we're earning more money now, so we can get more debt. Doesn't really make sense. And yet, that's what's happening. You know, if we pay back £1 trillion this year, that means we can get $900 billion debt. You know, which is more debt than we got last year, but only by 100 billion. You know, it's only 100 billion more debt than we got last year. But we're going to pay back $1 trillion, so that's fine, you know. That's okay. Right, we only paid back 500 billion last time and got 900 and got $1 trillion in debt. Now we're going to pay back $1 trillion and just get £900,000 worth of debt. So they get the £900,000 worth of debt, and then they go, oh, we can't pay back $1 trillion now, you know. Something happened, humanitarian issues, blah, 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 we got sued. Sorry, but we're still having that £1 trillion worth of debt, you know, we've already spent it anyway. It's too late. I don't really know if that's what happens, but you know, that would make sense. You know, that's why the debt keeps going up. It never goes down. Maybe the solution is if they don't pay the debt back, what they said they were going to pay back, don't give them no more debt next time. Which they can't actually do, thinking about it, because they actually rely on getting debt out every year, thinking about it. Like the budget for the debt that they can get out. In fact, they've probably already spent. The debt that they can get out. Well, spent like half of it or something. And then they'll just keep a bit back in reserve for you probably don't keep none of it back. You probably spent all of it. They're literally not allowed to get no more debt until next year. But they go, well, we can get the debt out next year, so let's just spend the debt. Let's just spend next year's debt. That's like you getting a mortgage to buy a house and then going, I'm going to pay the house off in 10 years. Can you give me another mortgage to buy another house now? You know? And you've only just bought the mortgage. I wonder if they actually pay shit back at the tax year. I wonder when they pay the debt off. Do they pay the debt off every month? Or every year, or like when the money comes in? Every time the money comes in, do they pay a bit back? You know, they spend all the money that they've got, and when the money rolls in, pay what they have to pay back, and then whatever profit they make after that, then they can spend that. I wonder actually how it works. does the accounts? Who does the accountancy for the whole, for everything, you know? A computer. Or do they have multiple accountants? Multiple accountants for everything. Or they'd have accountants for districts, I guess. And then they'll just take all the statistics and put a spreadsheet together and like they literally won't tell you how much money they've made. They'll just say we're in this much debt now. You know, they won't say we've earned $2 trillion in tax revenue and we've paid 900,000 back to the debt, and the rest of it is going to buy shit. They won't make it that simple, will they? Where is everybody? Out there. I mean, they can't tell you. They can't tell you how much money they make because some stuff's public knowledge. You know, it's like public spending is public knowledge. So if they told you how much money they made, then people will be able to add it up and go, so you've spent a load of this money on secret endeavours. Literally Official Secrets Act. I can tell you how much they spent on everything, but they can't tell you how much they've got. Because then the world will know how much we spend on the military, the industrial military complex and nuclear bombs and research and development. Why is everybody so secretive? You know, why are all the governments so secretive? if we told the world how much we spent on nuclear bombs and shit, and the other governments will go, right, we need to spend more on nuclear bombs, or, you know, we're better than you. You know, we'd be worried that we're weak or something, you know. Which is such a childish way to go about things. The human race is childish. It's like a school playground, you know. Haha, you're poor, we can spend more on nuclear bombs than you. You know, so we don't tell them. Okay, it's probably childish for an important reason. You know? So we don't get bombed. Because if people found out that we're weaker than we let on, they might just do something about it. Which is always fun, isn't it? It's like a game of cards. Every country don't know how strong every country is. Are you high on? Always. Well, I always have some sort of drug in my body. Tobacco, alcohol. Or are you running out? Running out. I'm running out of energy. I woke up early. Downed my wine. Fell back asleep. Woke up a couple of hours later. Thought I'd better get up and take dogs for a walk. And then I had diarrhea. And then I just felt sick all day. And then I went out to shop. Felt like I was getting sunstroke. Took some paracetamols. Got rid of my headache. Carried on walking. Felt like I'm going to pass out, so I just found a tent on the side of the road. Outside this little snicket. Jumped in the tent, put it under a tree behind a wall, got out of the sun and just chilled there for a bit. For like an hour. And then I felt okay again and walked home. Toss says you mustn't take or promote drugs whilst streaming. I didn't promote any drugs. I just said I'm on alcohol and cigarettes. I smoke and I drink. I don't promote it. I just tell you what I think of it. You look like you're about to have a stroke. I feel like I'm about to have a stroke, to be honest. It's okay. I'll be okay in a bit. It's bedtime. This is the price you pay. You use all your energy up. From the events. What's the word? From the events of getting high. From getting high. And then you crash. And then you sleep. And then you'll be alright, It'll be fine. Everything's fine after some sleep. And then you sleep and you wake up hungry and you get some food. And you go back to sleep and then you get up and then you're ready to go. And you take a couple of days off.
Hey, we're going to talk about.
And everything will be fine. So what was I talking about? The government. Money. It's actually doing me head in. I like talking about space. Shit. I've been talking about space earlier. Or gravity. That quantum theory. Quantum mechanics, is it called quantum mechanics? Like they've visualized an equation to represent how the quantum world works. And it's not right because it's like a load of lines folding in on itself. actually. It sort of is right, but it's not the lines that are causing the folding in on itself, it's the stuff around the lines. Your jaw was swinging like a garden gate in the wind earlier. Cool. As long as it stops now, that's fine. Like they're saying like it's they're saying the line is like a vortex, like a wave. It keeps like going round in a circle. And there's like loads of these little wavy lines. And they're all interacting with each other and they're all like folding each other up. And you know, that's like a simplified version, but it's like it doesn't even work like that. Like everything's like a black hole. It's like every like angle of every like molecule is sucking shit into itself, and that's folding everything in on itself. And it equalizes to cause an equation. You know, it can be put into maths. But the equation's wrong because they haven't took into. I think you've got to get some intervention. I intervene myself every so often. You know, I'm definitely over consuming. Like, I'm definitely overdoing it. Alcohol, cigarettes. I just need to moderate. I just need to moderate a little bit better, that's all. I didn't used to go like this, but well, I've always been bad, but I haven't been this bad. I've got complacent. I mean, back when I was at Salvation Army, I was getting deductions like out of my ass, so I had to ration. How much did I get now? £120 a month. So I used to smoke 2 packs of tobacco a month. Two 50 grams. That were like, I think it was like 18 quid back in them days, or 15 quid. You know, maybe 16 quid, 17 quid. Each. And then I used to eat at homeless places and buy some beers every so often. So, and like, when I bought some beers, you know, I'd go to the shop, buy some food, buy some beers, take my food home, play basketball with some beers, get hungry, can't be asked cooking, buy a takeaway. You know, half my money's gone in one day. So I could only drink like a couple of times a month back then, even with eating at homeless places. And you know, I was fine with that. And I've actually just paid all my deductions back recently. Although council tax is probably going to take money off me again. So I've actually got, well, actually I didn't get full benefits this month, but next month I'll get full benefits. Well, hopefully. So I've been over consuming because it lasts me now, because I'm getting full benefits, you know, the minimum that you're allowed to survive off of. So I can make the money last. So because I can make the money last, I overconsume. You know, I don't run out. I don't really need anything else. I don't really need anything else. You know, food and drink and cigarettes, that's all I really need. Coffee, milk. Food, did I say food? I said food. That's all I spend money on. Like I'd buy something with my money, but I get paid weekly. So it's like once you've bought a few beers and some cigs, that's half your money gone. And then you're just saving the rest of money just in case you want it, you know. Like if I bought something, like a battery bank, I need a new battery bank. That's like a tenner minimum, probably more nowadays. And I've got 20 quid left, 30 quid left. To buy food for the rest of the week, some beers if I want them. Cigs should last me. Like I've literally been buying 50 grams every week recently. Which I don't usually smoke that much. Mainly because I didn't used to have that much money. I had to ration it. Now I don't have to ration it. I smoke too much, but I don't want to smoke too much. And I don't want to drink too much. I want to ration it, but you know, I run out of money at the end of the week. I run out of money at the end of the week anyway. So then I've got to, and I can't drink, you know. So it's like then I'm just waiting to get paid, and then I just spend it all when I get paid again. I used to get paid monthly. I used to spend my money within 2 weeks. And then, I'm just eating at homeless places and not drinking for 2 weeks. Now I get paid weekly. I forgot to do motion. Now I get paid weekly. I just constantly spending until it's gone and then waiting to get paid again. It's not right. I know it's not, but I like drinking. I like drinking. It's my favourite drink, beer. Actually, not just beer. Whiskey, wine, steak. I like expensive stuff. I used to buy like filter coffee, so that used to cost me a bit of money. So that used to stop me from drinking so much as well. But my landlord didn't give me my cafetiere back. So I've just been drinking instant coffee. That's another thing that I need, a new coffee maker. I was thinking about buying a coffee machine just then, but they always break. If you get one of them metal, what they're called, not called cafetières, are they? Percolator. On the stove percolators. They don't break, So yeah, I'd rather get one of them. Oh, nice. Itchy. Anyway, I've got shit to do. I've got shit to do. So it's just like, this is the last of my complacency. The intervention is happening automatically because I've got shit to do. I don't really want to talk about it, but I've got shit to do. Might even go to jail. Might even go to jail. Although they'll probably let me out again. So I get to see the judge. I need to collect the evidence. No, I don't really need to collect the evidence. Unless the police lie. I won't put it past them. Like how am I gonna prove it though? I mean, the only way I can prove it is because I turned up for a voluntary interview the day after. Pardon. And they didn't give it. They didn't give me new bail conditions. Like I don't even know what's going on. Like I should have got some paperwork by now. I would have thought. They interviewed me. They cautioned me. They told me what I was being charged for. So I must be charged. Like they can't just go no further action without telling me, right? They said they didn't even know I were on bail. Turned up for bail, and they're like, didn't even know you were on bail. I'm like, well, can you find out what's going on? And he didn't tell me nothing. Not about that one anyway. It says you're only interested in the other two charges. It just seems like incompetence. It's super strange. I usually have to turn up to bail about twice, and then I get my court date. Well, a hearing date. And I usually have to answer bail either every 2 weeks or every month. It starts off at 2 weeks, and then they say a month. And then I usually get my court date, and then to say you're not on bail anymore. That's what happened last time anyway, but there were like 10 to 15 police officers there. Maybe it's taking so long because they've got to interview everyone. How long has it been? February? Before February, surely. I can't remember when it was. Freaking ages ago. When did I turn up for bail? I don't know. Was it before I got kicked out? Or was it when I was living here? I think it was when I was living here. Yeah, it was freezing. It was freezing when I turned up for bail, so it was sometime in winter. January or February, probably not. I want February. November. What's before November? October? No, can't be October. Can it? I think it was November. November, December, January, February, March, April. 6 months. Anyway, I'm out. I'm gonna fall asleep. JoeKingAudits out. Like and subscribe. See ya.